start. Go.
It's recording. Let's just.
Perfect.
I'm going to go fix. Hello, everybody. If you can hear me and see me, welcome. If you could just give us some react.
There we go. Everybody's coming into the room.
I'm going to see if I. Nope.
I'm just going to bypass the lobby for us quickly. Controls. Okay, I'm removing the lobby. Nope, it won't allow me to.
Mine says who can bypass the lobby is everyone. So hopefully.
Okay, that's cool. Perfect. Right, can we get some thumbs ups? Maybe some smiley faces, whatever, just so that you guys, so we know that you can hear us.
You can see us. And if you'd like to introduce yourself in the chat.
I've got Koos there in the chat. That's great. Okay. Yes, so if we can start introducing ourselves in the chat, saying what school you come from, where you're at, that would be great.
Tough past to Mr. V, but let's give everybody 2 more minutes to join, because we know what it's like to finish the end of a school day and be running for the computer.
Hi, Marilise. Thank you so much. Cabello, nice to meet you guys. Oh, here we go. We've got some thumbs ups, high fives.
We're just giving everybody another minute.
And everyone can hear us all right. We're not glitching. Okay, we've still got people in the lobby. Oh, I think it's just their AI reading tools.
Mr. V, while everybody's joining, maybe we can also ask if people in the chat can give us some, I know your favorite emoji is a dinosaur, if they knew and not very comfortable with forms in Excels, right up to 5 stars if they think that they use Excel and forms all the time. If you could just so we have some
so let's hear your proficiency levels. So let's go for a dinosaur if you're a beginner, and 2 stars if you're intermediate, and 4 stars if you are looking to upskill yourself, but you're an expert already.
You'd just like to introduce yourselves, put a dinosaur, or 2 stars if you're intermediate, dinosaur if you're new to forms in Excel or feel a bit shaky with them, and some stars depending on how much you think you know. Hester's got her hand up. If you'd like
There's a dinosaur.
A couple of dinosaurs, a couple of stars.
Nice.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, there's something for everybody. Hopefully today, we hope you enjoy us. We're just giving everybody a few more seconds. Introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us where you're from. I saw some people teach grade 7. I didn't see what else. Primary school, e-learning district, people. It's nice to know what you teach and what schools you're from. And if you can also just let us know, Dinosaur, if you're new to forms in Excel, stars for how much you think you, 1, 2, 3, 4 stars on how much you use forms in Excel. Sorry, if I keep looking right, I have another screen. Rushing home for a laptop. Yes, Kyle and I know that story well. Rushing to start on time. So we're giving everybody until 2:35 so we can get started so that you can at least just catch your breath. Welcome, everybody. I think we'll get started.
Crichton. Cool.
So welcome everybody to this afternoon's sessions, Forms in Excel for Teachers, practical quick wins for forms in Excel. Plus, at the end of this session, we're going to, hopefully you'll join us in starting your journey on the Microsoft Elevate Explorer and earn your badge. Kyle and myself are here, and let me just introduce myself. So I'm Lyneth Crighton. I'm the Head of Innovation and Staff Development at Brescia House School. I'm also a CAT teacher, Computer Applications Technology teacher. I am a Microsoft Innovative Educator Fellow, which just means I've done what you hopefully will start the pathway in for quite a few number of years. I have my Microsoft Certified Educator certification. I'm a trainer. I've passed all my Microsoft Office exams. I have a master's in education, ICT and education. I've co-authored CAT textbooks amongst others, and most proudly, I'm a mom. I do have 2 websites, but you're welcome to check them out and connect with me on LinkedIn. There's my LinkedIn, but otherwise you can just find me under my name. Oh, Mr. V. Over to you.
Right. So I am I'm Kyle van der Merwe, aka Mr. V. I am a former HOD of English and turned Librasaur, essentially. I am our media and curriculum support specialists here at Brescia House School. I run our whole media center space and essentially focus on literacy innovation and designing reading experiences for children to try and shape our declining literacy rates. I am a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert. I am an MCE as well as an Elevate trainer. And yeah, I really just have kind of an interest in EdTech and EdTech strategies. I'm a children's book author and creator of the Resource Rangers program. So that's me.
So if you haven't already, if you could introduce yourselves in the chat, tell us your school and what grade you teach or subject you teach. Also, if you could pop a dinosaur if you're new to forms and Excel, and then the number of stars for how comfortable you feel with forms in Excel. Just so we know, the mics are on mute. It's just to keep it easier for everybody to hear. Please, Kyle is in the chat, or I'm in the chat while Kyle's talking, so don't wait till the end. We will check in as we go through it, but if you have a question, even if it's something that I haven't covered or Kyle hasn't covered, please just pop it in the chat and we'll get through it. The session is recorded and you will get a link to the recording, though it is on the Dr. C.L. Smith web YouTube channel
page.
After a few days when we'll post those links. There is a registration link which Kyle will keep posting throughout the afternoon in the chat.
I'll post the first one just after 3 o'clock, and then I'll post again towards the end. Okay.
And then just so you know, everybody starts somewhere. We don't expect you to be experts, but if you are an expert, we hope you still learn something. So we hope you enjoy this afternoon. Please let us know as we're going along if there are any questions or issues, if you can just pop them in the chat. We have disabled the lobby, so hopefully everybody can get in through the lobby and nobody gets stuck there. So this afternoon's session is first we're going to use Microsoft Forms and we're going to go through practical tips and things to use forms for. Then we're going to delve into Microsoft Excel and we're going to finish the afternoon with the Microsoft Learn platform and earning a badge, the Microsoft Explorer badge. And we hope you will all join us all the way till the end at 4:30. So we're going to start with forms. And a lot of this will be practical, and I'm going to do it on the screen. So if you have the ability to put the session on a different device or log on a different device and follow along in forms, as far as we know, everybody as part of a district has a login for their tenant through the district or through your school, and Microsoft Forms is part of that. Microsoft Forms, however, is only an online platform. The only way you can access it is through a browser, and that includes on your phone. There is no app, there is nothing to install on your computer. It is really just through the browser. And for those people who use Forms, it recently got a new URL, which I think is forms.microsoft, but we're going to get into that as we log on. So I always like starting with a problem. So you want to find out who's struggling on a test and you don't want to wait to mark, or you want quick feedbacks, but marking it takes forever. Well, today I'm going to show you in Forms how you can make a self-marking quiz and how you can use Forms for other types of feedback. So we're going to go through forms. We're going to build a quick form. We do hope you'll be able to participate by filling it in the form so that we have some real life data to show you. Then we're going to import questions from a Word document to become a worksheet or a quiz, depending on how you would like it to work, how to mark multiple correct answers, how to share it, how watch responses, and then open the results in Excel and what happens to those results. So we're going to hop on over to Forms, and Forms, as I said, is only accessible through the browser. Forms.cloud.microsoft is its new page to log in directly to Forms. Otherwise, you go through the Microsoft 365, which is m365.cloud.microsoft, and then you choose Forms as one of your apps. Just so we go there. Sorry, I'll just get rid of that bar. So if you log on to m365.cloud, the default now is Copilot Chat. You click on the waffle, the 9 little squares, and it generally Forms is not one of these apps that are loaded here. You go to more apps. It will list a whole list of them. Sometimes you still cannot see it, and you have to say underneath where it says designer, it might say show more or all apps. You can go there, and then you can find Forms as one of the apps from Microsoft. And when you click it, it's going to end up back at the landing page for forms. I noticed this week Microsoft Forms got some upgrades. It's got some new things to do with templates. So if you haven't been in for a week, it has changed slightly. So this is the landing page. It's where you create a form or a quiz and you can import, and it also has a large template gallery. So just so we can understand straight away that there is two options, forms and quiz. And then Nest, the latest update, changed it. If you want a quiz, in other words, you want the Microsoft platform to mark something, you have to start with a quiz. You can't switch a form to a quiz unless the latest update has now done that. So up front, you have to know whether you are going to use a form or a quiz, and you are simply going to click on one of these two buttons at the top. So we're going to start off with just a simple form for today, and you click it, and because Copilot's built into everything, just so you know, I am using my personal OneDrive and family account, so I have access to Copilot. You might not get the draft with Copilot at the top. It all depends on whether you have that functionality enabled. And in order to have it, generally you need an extra Copilot license, sorry. So let's just make a for fun and to say hi, sorry, tapping. This is where you type the title of your form. It's what you get to, what you remember, and it becomes the name of your form. And you can have, it tells you a good subtitle is like the trailer to a movie. So we're going to say hi and where you're from. So if we were simply creating a form to collect information, this is the form, it's only got a title. I click on quick start with, and then it gives me the options for the kinds of questions that I would have in my form. Now, remember, we chose form, not quiz. So these are, all we're doing is collecting information. So choice is essentially a multiple choice, as in you giving the person filling in the form a couple of options. You can decide whether they can only choose one or multiple options. Text is the one that is generally just used for typing in text, but you can change it to make it longer. A rating is where you can rate the training, rate some, whatever the question is. A date lets you pick a date. Ranking lets you pick and rank some options. These Likert scales and net promoters are typical questions where if you go to Likert, it's where you could do pick 1 to 5 based on some options. And then we have sections. So I'm just going to go back because it's easier to show you with an actual quiz. So here's my fun quiz. So some of these things are going to be a little bit, feel like it's backwards. So this is a form that is a quiz, okay? So it's got a information that, a text box where they put in their name. Mr. V, am I still frozen?
Your screen has just updated to show us the fun quiz, and then you've got the name. But yeah, we couldn't see your landing page initially.
Oh, okay. So are we good now?
Yeah, we good. I can see you're still not moving. I don't know if you just want to turn your video off and then just keep your screen sharing on.
Here we go.
Perfect.
I'm just going to unplug my network cable and just run it on Wi-Fi and let's see if that's better. So if I should be back.
Perfect.
Can you see me now? You can see my screen.
We can see your screen, and we can see you. Just
I'm switching.
hang on. You're still not moving, but sure.
I just switched my screen off.
Okay, cool. And then Lindiwe has posted a really cool little information bite here that she found that you can download the Microsoft Forms app onto your laptop via the Microsoft Store and sign in, obviously using their GDE accounts. I downloaded it as well. So yes, you can have it as a nice little shortcut, so that if you want to click, you don't have to then go through the waffle that Lyneth was showing you. You could just click it automatically and it takes you directly through to the web page.
Okay, so hopefully
there we go.
Okay, so my camera's off, so you can't see me, but hopefully you can hear me and look at my screen. So this, unlike the first one, this is a quiz. So here we have the ability to put in their name. These are options where it says, does this work, yes or no? And it's ticked because yes is the correct answer. And what should you do? It's got the correct answers at the bottom, smile, with a couple of options. So we're going to hop back. So when you're in a form, next to the waffle, if you just click the word forms, it goes back to the landing page. If I go to the template gallery, there is a whole lot of options that you can simply just choose one of them. So if we choose the teacher feedback survey, and we wait for it to load, this is one of the new features, is now the templates are always on the left. If I close it, it's got a little button on the left. So here you can see some more types of questions. So this is a question which is a rating. How satisfied are you with your current position? This is a text box. What would you like about your current position? How satisfied with your progress? Those are all ratings. This is a Likert scale where basically you put the questions and then you give them a scale at the top, and a person would click on it and choose it. Okay, and then there's two of them. At the bottom here, you can have as many options in multiple choice as you like. And I'm just going to click on this question because we're still in view. If I change this, so at this moment, I could only pick one. It's a circle, radio button. If you use any kind of computers, generally a radio button means there's one option. So if I click on preview, you will see that when I choose one of these, I can only choose one. So how long have you been a teacher? I can only choose one. If we go to the next question, what is the highest education? This one I can also check one. But if I go back and I go to this level of information of highest level of education and I change it to multiple answers, you will see that it changes to a square checkbox. Checkbox usually means there is no limit. You can give them a limit. So you can say at the most they can choose 2 or 3, which means they can choose 1, 2, or 3. But if you say equal to, then they have to choose 3. And at the bottom here, this also turns it if I choose required, you will see that it will make this, when we preview it, have a star, a little red star, which means the person has to answer the question. So if I click on preview, it now tells me that there are questions that are required, and the only one is down here next to the education. It says it's required, and can you see it says please select 3 options. I didn't type that. It's by changing the number of the way the question is. Here is another way of doing a scale, because you can choose stars, but you can choose a scale box like that, and there's another text question. So we're going to go back to forms, and just for fun, to see if you were paying attention just now, I'm going to start the fun quiz. So if you remember, you should know what the answer is. Please, you're welcome to use, just put your first name as the name in the question. So how do we collect results? Well, first of all, it's very important before you collect the results to check. So, Mr. V, I just I got an email. Oh, never mind. I got a message that somebody's trying to connect, but I think it's just somebody coming via LinkedIn. So it looked like an email. Okay, so anyway, so here's the fun quiz. So the very first thing to do is to check under settings that you can accept responses. We'll come back to the start date and end date, and you are allowed to, and then when you collect responses, my option only has anyone can respond. Mr. V will show you when he shows you his forms at the end. He has the option of sharing just with people in the organization and collecting organization information, as in the email, without having them to type in. So a shortened link just means that it makes it shorter, which is easier to copy and paste. I can copy the link, I can send it, but the more fun, and then I can paste that link, which I am going to paste in the chat. But in the meantime, another fun way of doing it is if I click on present. So if you have another device or a phone, you can take your phone, and you won't be able to see me do it because I've got a background on and no camera. Take your phone, and if you just point your phone at the QR code on the screen, you should be able to open the link. It will open in your browser. So if you point your phone at the QR code, you can open the form in your browser, and it will come up with, so what's your name, Lyneth? Does this work? Yes or no? And what should you do if you're remembering what the answer is? You can post it. Now, if you look at the bottom, I can go next, and I can see the answers showing up. Mr. V, it's just you and me. Oh, blow kisses. So if you put
We've got someone else there.
Fill in my data. If you've got it on your phone still, you can say view results. And if you remembered to smile, you would have got it correct. And you say it works. It's just a fun way to put some interactivity even into a presentation or something you do in class. You can, if you do it anonymously, in other words, with just a link like this, and you didn't ask for the person's name, you could actually just do this in class and ask them to see how they feel about today's topic or how they felt about their maths test that they wrote yesterday. They will all show up in the list here. And it's going to count how many. So if you knew you had 14 or 40 children sitting in front of you, you could just wait until you have all the responses. It's quite a nice, easy way that if you have access, even if you've got parents in a parents meeting, to capture even attendance. So it's not closing. I'm just going to close what you can see. So you're welcome to carry on answering, and we get some more answers. In the meantime, I'm going to show you some more forms. So back into this almost template of the form. If I go to view responses, I can see the responses other than in the presenting responses, the different types. So if I click on it, it can tell me who filled what in. Because I have it on anonymous, I would need to go and look who number one's first name was in order to know what it is. As you can see here, this person typed smile in all capital letters, but that person got it wrong. Now, it's not wrong because it's just a different way to type it. So we can, on the fly, go and fix that. So how do we do that? We go back to the questions. So thank you for the person who did this, is to type the word smile, add an answer. You could type the word smile in a capital letters, and I don't think I will get the emoji. No. Okay, so it now ticks it. If I go back into preview, it will not work because it's got a smiley face at the end. But if I go back into that person, it would remark that as correct. Because there's a smile at this smiley face, which let me just copy it. What I should have done. Okay. So now if I go view, this person now, their marks changed because it now gave them the 5 marks. If you can see it now marked smile back. Correct. Okay, so the reason why I say that is because if I go here, I'm going to show you a little, I know quite a few language teachers who use forms and quizzes for spelling tests. And if I can find my form. Oh, what happened to my Afrikaans? I lost my Afrikaans. That's interesting. It was here. It really was. So if you have a spelling test or a different kind of quiz and you find that they are all answering a question, you do not have to go and manually mark it correct. You can just go and add the answers to the quiz, to the actual options that are given as answers, and then it will remark them. However, I can also, if I review this I can review the answers, and I can manually, now I'm looking at it per person. So I can say, Kyle, because we didn't have an answer for this, Kyle's got 0 score out of 5, but I can actually go give him 5 out of 5 points and mark it correct. And because I like Kyle's answer, I can give him 2 out of 5. And I can also give him a direct
feedback.
Thank you. I can also give him a direct feedback by answering, sending him an actual comment based on the question, which he can go, and then I review next. So even if the answers like this, I can actually mark them individually, and I can leave the student, teacher, whoever's filling in all the information, I can mark it manually. But let's go back, and I've got some different forms to show you before we move on. So yes, we have forms. This is actually from Mr. V's project that he does with the kids making a book. So this one, you can use style, and you can set up, and even nowadays have video backgrounds. You can load images into the actual form. You can load images to the question. So these are text boxes. He had them put in a link so that they could submit something and they could give feedback. So now with feedback, a long answer, you can see the box is bigger because it allows you to type as much as you like. And if we go back to forms, here is one that we've done with our teachers for using interactive screens. Sorry, Mr. V, I'm reading your message that says I lost my background.
Your background, yeah.
Because I showed my because I showed my camera, so I'll just blur it to be easier. Okay, so we used this for teachers to get an interactive screen survey. So they had to, this is a Likert scale. We had how often do they use something, never, occasionally, regularly, and then they could just answer in what ways, other ways they used the panel, and then we collated all those results. So this one didn't even have a form, their name, because in an organization we could capture their name automatically. So if I went to style on this one was pretty plain. I could go and change it by simply choosing a style, but I also could customize it, change its color, and I can put the background music. It's not my thing, but if you like that, you could put background music in. Vacation mode. Okay.
I must say, it is rather interesting answering a form where the music's playing. I'm always like, oh my gosh.
I begin to feel like I have no idea what to type next because I'm so listening to the music. So at the top here is layouts. So you can change them, and it just really changes how the heading is. So if we go back to forms, it does automatically save. But if I try and change it after changing something too fast, it does make it, it won't let you, it tells you, do you really want to leave? So over here, if I click on another example, you will see this one is different. It has a different top. This one has sections, section 1, section 2, section 3, And the reason for that is if I go to settings, I can make each section show up as a different page, so I can make them onto different pages. It also, it just makes it easier, especially when you've got lots of questions. You can customize your thank you message, thank you, instead of just saying thank you, and you can hide submit another response. That means when you filled in my form, it would have come up with you can answer again. Now you can change that so that they can't keep answering. And the progress bar is really about how many questions have they answered. So I'm going to just go to this test. So this is a test that I teach CAT, if you remember at the beginning. And this is a grade 11 test where about social implications. So there's my multiple choice. It's a simple multiple choice, true and false questions. Then they can choose 2 skills, and these are the worded questions. So each one is a different section. Okay, which if you go to the 3 dots on the right, you can actually remove a section, you can duplicate a whole section of questions. But the best part is you can add branching. So what that means is, if we go to another one of mine, so in this form, this is for ordering a workbook, okay? So it's got this funny little 3 circles. I hope you can see. So the person actually puts their name, their email address, and then they answer a question. And I'm going to click on it. So it means that if I look at branching, okay, if they answer place an order, it goes to the next question, which is 4. Next. So then it asks for the details, the website. It has a blank question, yes or no. It asks you, do you agree? And then fill in any questions. But if they say they want to ask a question, it's going to skip questions 4 to 8 and go directly to question 9. So what do I mean by that? If I go back and I go preview. So here is my form. That is what all you see. Full name, email address, place an order, ask a question. If I click ask a question, this pops up. If you have questions or queries, and the person can type it in and press submit. If I choose place an order, all the other questions come up, including question 9. You can make them do more than just skip questions. So for example, if I add branching to, do they agree, yes or no? If they say no, I can just say end the form. And if we preview it, if I place an order and say no, the form it won't ask any more questions. If I will go to the end, if there were, it would skip the question. Can you see the other questions? The question is there. If you say yes, if you say no, it automatically removes it ends the form. So those are pretty useful when you're asking things. Some of the things that we've used forms for is registering for people to attend things, asking teachers surveys. We've had a form. It's quite interesting because I had a different form and some of them I've lost. Anyway, forms for a camp where you're getting information for kids going on camp. You can use them for any kind of test. And then the quickest way to do a form is to go quick import. So if you click on this and say see support guidance, it tells you how you must fill in and have got the Word documents must be laid out. Okay, so I have a Word document, which is the questions for this note scrambled for Africa. If I open them, I can choose whether I want a form or a quiz. It doesn't import the answers. You do have to go and put the answers in manually at the end. But if I say that, here is my form that it has converted from the document. So just so you can see, here are the quiz questions. So there's the quiz questions that were in the document, and here is the questions in a form. You can make a printout of a form so that they can manually fill it in, but the whole point of the exercise is to have the information collected. So Mr. V, I'm going to stop sharing and I'll fix my camera while you share some of your forms with results.
Okay, so let me just go into lost which window I was on. There we go. Share. Let's share this screen, and we want to share this one over here. Okay, so as you can see, these are my forms that are lined up over here. I have the RSVPs for the literary link up. This was the DigiDay Task Creator Book Challenge that Lyneth and I share the same form for. So you can see, obviously, you can share with colleagues and that, so it appears in my list as well. So if I open up, I think I've already opened it here. Let me just go. My bar is at the top. There we go. Right. Can everybody see that I flipped? Ms. Crichton, can you see that I flipped to the results page?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay,
how many
cool.
responses, average time?
Right. So I had 55 responses. The average time for filling out the form was a minute. As you can see, there's your word cloud in terms of the responses, then more details. But what we're really looking for is the ability to open this in Excel. Generally, I would open an Excel on my desktop app rather than the web app, but just for these purposes, I'm just going to allow it to open up on the web app. Let's just hope it opens up fairly quickly. There we go. Okay. And then just so people know, you've definitely got more functionality when it comes to your desktop app than your web applications as well. So there's often tools and things like that, or it looks slightly different on your web application. So you can also specify within your teams as well to open documents in a desktop application rather than open up online as well. But you can see it's just loading here.
Just those people who haven't used forms for a while. So what will happen is it actually puts this spreadsheet in your My Documents, and it's what it talks about syncing, that even if you open it, it's not that if you don't download it, if you just view it online, the next time you open it, it will update for as many versions that whatever new responses you have. So it'll just keep adding to the bottom.
And anything that I make or change on here will also keep it in that sense. So if I change the spelling of someone's name, because I've seen that they've left out a .za or something like that, it will also keep it there. Ms. Crichton, are you talking because your microphone is off?
No, I'm not talking. I just switched it off so that I didn't interfere.
Oh, I just saw your mouth moving, so I was wondering if I couldn't hear you. Okay, so essentially this means that you open it up into your Excel document, and then what's really great is you've got numbers that you can, or you've got individual sets of data that you can manipulate and use. And what's really, really cool is, so in these cases, if you want to send out specific emails, follow-up emails, you have access to their emails as well, so you can copy and paste those mails into your Outlook, and you can also view the document in terms of the different data that you've got there. Let's just go back to this one.
Just before you go back, you see this at the beginning of that form, that start time, end time, it also tells you when people filled in your form. So you can see the date and time. So if you run it over a long period of time, you can do who answered first. There it tells you and also
if you're doing like a potluck, we've done like a quiz thing. So often, like the prize, we would give a prize for the first person to complete their registration, and you can work that out via time and things like that. So it's often great in terms of functionality within your class as well. For those of you that are Canva fans as well, what's very, very cool is that this spreadsheet necessarily can dovetail with Canva as well, and you can actually set your invites up and you can give them their first names and data and that. So that's a little bit more about some of the other cool plugin tools that you're able to use. But it's really nice to be able to split the information and work that way. The other one that I wanted to show you, Ms. Crichton, we are at time for forms though. But I wanted to show this was our elective that we did in English. This is what the form looked like in terms of them being able to choose which novel study they wanted to do, and ultimately it would then allocate them to a different class. We gave them blurbs about the various novels, so then we could choose their first choice, their second choice, and then when I go to the view responses, what it then did was it gave us the full view of those responses, and depending on when the classes filled up, so that's very much in terms of the time sensitivity, when those classes filled up, if there were a couple of girls, so you can see what we did was we looked at where the dovetail was in terms of their choices, and if they had taken too long to fill up or they hadn't necessarily filled out the form, then they were automatically assigned to specific classes. So it was a first come first serve, and those girls that necessarily chose first were able to then get their first and second choices. Ms. Crichton, back to you.
Okay, let me just share my screen again when I get back to there. Share. Sorry, so one last thing. So we've used it for camps, we've used it for subject choice, we've used it for quizzes. So our girls, we're a girls' school, fill in all their subject choice on this, which gives us the graphs and the automated information. So it is really an amazing tool. So before we move on to Excel, if there are any questions in the chat, Mr. V, I know you were chatting. If anybody wants to add anything, please, even if you've used it for something different, please pop it in the chat. We're all here to learn from each other. Something that you've had great success. We vote. So our school leadership votes are all done on forms, which means, and we literally use a different collection for each grade, so we know which grade voted what. And literally within when the time of the period to the lesson to finish voting, we actually know who won. It is the best part is the instantaneousness of the results. So I don't see any questions in the chat. Please, you're welcome to add questions if you think of them as we go through Excel. I know that, which is why we dovetailed forms with Excel. So what really goes nicely from forms is into Excel, but and where you can do a whole lot of things. So I'm going to just show you a few of the things that I like. But today we're going to talk about Mr. V and his mark book. It's my thing. It's my thing. Is the way that when you have to change a mark, you're not quite sure what is going on. Every average, you don't know how to get it to go somewhere. You've got to change, give them one mark more. And I always tell the girls in my class, not going to make a difference to your average by giving you an extra 2 marks on your theory test. But they only believe it when they see it. So using formulas, using them in Excel is really cool. So we're going to look at a mark book. It is a combination of my mark books over, sorry, I just want to get rid of that. So I have taken the children's names out, and I will endeavor to go slowly. So please, I do teach cats, so I understand this is not, maths is not sometimes people's forte. So I will go slowly, but please just shout. Mr. V is keeping a sharp eye on the chat. Say, no, I didn't get that, and I'll go over it again. So this is a mark book. It actually, our school administration system exports a version of this, but and as I said before, I am a CAT teacher, so we do everything that is theory and practical 50-50. So the first thing to know is that when I fill things in, one is there's a couple of options. Instead of making this, so if I make this as long as that, in order to get the whole word in, okay, I can use simply by putting my cursor between rows and columns, I can make things bigger and smaller. And if I double click, it jumps to the widest text. So now I can only see prac task. So using this wrap text is what it does is it will make the text wrap around, in other words, go to the second row. So that's one thing I use. The other way of doing it is if I change the font, the angle of my text. Now, I do not like the 45-degree angle because that's what happens when you have a whole lot. But using the up, are you there, Mr. V?
I am.
Okay. Using the up, the wrap still works, then it's much easier. And yes, you can have a normal column at the top. I know that, and I left it specifically for to make it easier, but I just want to switch to another screen. So another sheet. So I have all of them in one place by putting different sheets. I can right click this and make it a color so that we know where we're at. Green for grade 11. But I mean grade 10. On grade 11, can you see that it goes too far? So if I go down to the bottom, now I can't see the headings at the top. I know it's a bugbear. I don't like it when I can't see what that mark is. So it's called freeze rows or freeze planes. And yes, there are simple ones that if you say, if you go to view, you can freeze just the top row or the top or the first column. So if I go one that has this. This one has the columns that's frozen, but here I've also got the first row. So the way you do that is, the best way is to click in the cell that you want it to stay on the left and stay above, and say freeze panes, which means the top 2 rows go, and if I went to the left, the column to the left would stay. So the way it works is, if you're in the spot, it does above and to the left. So if I want the student's child's name to stay, I have to be in the 60. So I have to unfreeze it and then just say freeze panes. Now can you see that it goes, the first 2 rows stay, and if I go to the right, now the student name goes, so I always know what's happening. Okay, so that's one trick that's
Probably
useful,
one of the most handy tools when it comes to Excel spreadsheets.
because you can actually go to anywhere. So if I go to here in the middle and I say unfreeze and freeze panes, it will literally freeze there. But if I go to the right, it only changes those. So if I always want the total, the term mark, I can see it and I can skip the exam and I can actually scroll right. So you literally, that's the best way. It's what I teach my girls. That's, if you want to go to a place that you can always see, then you freeze from there, then it will always work top and to the left. Okay, the other thing that I prefer doing is to always have a way that I can always turn this into 100%. Okay, so the way to do that is to use a formula. So I'm just going to get rid of the formula for the moment. Oh, let me just control undo the next favorite thing in the block. If on a keyboard you use control, and it's called the tilde key. So it's the funny, there's a maths wavy line. So it's a dash, but it's got 2 curves in it. If you do that, it shows you your worksheet with formulas in. And if you do it again, it closes them. Okay, and it automatically makes the cells wider in order for you to see everything. So control and tilde, which is the little funny wavy line, usually to the left of the number 1 on the keyboard, control and that, and it opens it to see the formulas and closes it. So there are funny things with dollar signs, and I'm going to explain that shortly. So basically, I want this cell to be, no matter what I make this test out of, I want the answer to recalculate to a percentage, which means that every term I can just fill in the marks underneath. I can just keep duplicating the mark sheet, which and I can fill it in again. So the way we do that mathematically, the percentage is 75 over 145 as a percent. So if I say equals, and I click on the 75, divide by is a slash, and I click the 145. Now I'm going to do it wrong, just so hopefully you can understand. Yeah. Okay, I've got to do add. So if I times by 100, but I can just put the percentage sign there, which is the same thing. And then I will get 52. The reason why we got 1, is because we don't work in parts of a percentage, but over here, if I increase the number of decimal places or I decrease it, please, as I explained to the girls in my CAT class, all we're doing is changing the way you look at it over here. We are not actually rounding that percentage, okay? There is a mathematical difference. So in other words, that, and I'll show you, if I add that cell to that cell, okay, because it's rounded, it's always going to give me 1, even though it's only half, okay? But if this was rounded, in other words, this was rounded up, so I'm going to make it look 1, and I'm going to add 1 here. If you were paying attention, the answer actually should be 1,52, which if I show you, remove the hidden decimals, it will actually give you the correct math. And that is potentially, if you round too many times, you can have a rounding error in your mark book. If you don't understand what I mean, it's fine. It's just to understand that if you're a maths teacher or somebody out there, you shouldn't actually round correctly as much before until the very end, because otherwise each time mathematically at the end you could end up giving them 1 or 2% because you've rounded all your marks through. So even though we're looking at it, we're just looking at it differently. So I can put the percentages back on, so that I'm in the decimal places. So if I double click, it shows me that it's this cell, it's color coded C5 by C4. Okay, if I drag this down by clicking on the little box, or I select the cell, copy and paste, please note, can you see the cells have moved down? So this percentage is not C6 by C5. We wanted it to always be C5. So what we need to do is go back to our formula, and when we click on the 145, if I use, now, sorry, I just got to use a right keyboard that will work. If I use function F4, in other words, on my keyboard, because I've got a laptop keyboard, function F4, if you've got a normal keyboard, you should be able to just use the F4 key. The reason why I have to use function F4 is because the keys are have 2 functions. Okay, can you see it put in the dollar signs? That's called an absolute reference. So it means that when I click on that and I push function F4, if I keep pushing F4, it just gives me the 1 before the number, the 1 before the letter, and none. So the first one is both. It means it will always use that cell, that absolute cell reference, which means that if I copy it down, the next one moves down. C5 became C6, but this stays as C4. The dollar before the letter means stay in the same column. The dollar before the number means stay in the same row. So that's why you have the options of changing it. Just for those people who didn't know, if you double click on the little square, it will fill all the way down to wherever it's finished, where it deems that it's finished. So now I have the marks, remembering that because I took off the percentage, I can go and put the percentage sign back in the top. I would have to fill in the formulas again. And if I use Control tilde, you can see there's my formula with the dollar signs, the absolute cell referencing. So just so you know, which means that if they got 75 out of 145, if this was actually out of 155, you can see that it recalculates as I change the out of mark. So so we can just go over it quickly again. So theory is the same. It is actually equals, it's this divided by the out of mark, but remembering that, and formulas or functions always start with an equals. So it is D5 slash divided by the out of mark, which is D4. If I use function F4, it puts my dollars in. Don't forget my percentage, and press enter and double click. Okay, so now when I do things, I also prefer coloring things that I know are the parts that change, and making things that I shouldn't fill in gray, so that I don't do change anything inadvertently. And I can check by just doing the tilde key, control tilde. So now if I make the theory test out of 45, the percentage works. So in cut, it's simple. These two I could add together and divide by 2 because they're 50-50, or I can, so I would have to put mathematically the brackets and divide by 2, and then it would add those two together and divide by 2, because we know it's 200. The best way to check is to paste it in your hundreds and check that you get 100. Okay, but the other way, because it is just an average, is to use equal and the function average. So you type out the word average, open the round bracket and highlight the 2 cells and just press enter. You will see I get the same answer. Okay, so that's easy for an average because everything is now weighted the same. If I wanted to do this, and I'm going to do it on this side. So if I wanted to make this 60-40, okay, not 50-50, average won't work. This is my trick. I always do it on the 100 because then I know my maths works. So how do you work it out? Well, you take
Percentage.
the mark and you multiply it by
what it's
that,
out of.
out of. Remember to function F4 to get the dollar so that the 60% doesn't change. And remember, it's 60 out of 100. Okay, and I add that again. Now, this is where it's fun because I can't actually get to that cell because the formula's gone over. So my trick is click on the cell below and use the up arrow. Now I'm on K4. I know it is in 4 and I'm in K. So I divide by the out of mark, function F4, and 100. Let's hope my maths is correct. No. Why is my maths? Sorry. What's my maths? Mr. V, why am I being... Sorry. This is when
Let
you...
me have a look there. I just...
Why my maths is up the street without a pole.
Okay, so you've got it. Oh no, your maths is up the pole because you need to divide by the total times by 100.
So escape gets me back. No, but I still divide by, sorry, 40. But I multiplied each, divide by 100. It's because somewhere because my brain is sorry, let me just
start from scratch.
no, I know it's why I just need to check that. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Okay, so because 0.6 is 60 divided by 100. 0.4 is 40 divided by 100. Okay, I'll figure out why. Sorry, I don't know why it. Let's do it this way. Basically, 60 out of 100 is 0.6 and that is 0.4, which means that if we take that and we multiply by there, some maths teacher in the comments can figure out why I lost the plot. No, I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, because it's 40. Why is it 48? Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, so now I have 60/40. Because I did this instead of using the dollar signs, can you see it went haywire? So Control Z, favorite friend. Remember that those cells, if I highlight them and I use function F4, I can also put the dollar signs in. You can physically go and type the dollar signs in if you like. So there's the average. And
Nice.
Just so you know, at this point, you should round it. So in other words, you should type the function round around the formula and put comma naught, which is the
Round
no
up.
decimal places, and then it actually rounds the result. Because now the difference between this rounding, if I put decimal places on here, can you see they naught? Because it's actually mathematically around them. Whereas over here, it's just hiding the actual decimals. So that is two formulas. The other one is if you can put an average at the end of the cell and highlight it, and then it will work out the average. It doesn't really work when it's out of 50, but it will work on your
Percentage.
column, which I don't know why they're over 100 and oh, because I made the test. I was like, why is my maths all wrong? Because I changed what they're out of. Okay, so but now the best way to look at it is to highlight these, and I made it a small list of students, but if you can imagine, I'll just copy and paste it. So if I copy and paste it, I can, if I've now got a whole long list, so if you've got a whole grade or you've got lots of children in your class, looking here is quite difficult. So the best way to make them stand out, to know your at-risk learners or the ones you have to say well done, is to use conditional formatting. So I click on conditional formatting after selecting it. There is a color scale option, which means you can just choose it. But what I do is I choose highlight cells and I say I want those that are greater, it's going to always fill in the, its average is usually what it uses. So if I use the greater than 80 and I want those to be green, why didn't it greater than, sorry. Okay, greater than 80, it makes them green. And to do it again, so highlight cells that are less than, so I have 50%. So let's go for 60 and let's make them yellow because we already had red. So if we say yellow, any child that's got less than 60 shows up. So now I can see which ones are A's and which ones are less than A's. Okay. So that's a quick way of looking at it, and you literally can do it to any any cells. You just highlight them, conditional formatting. The best is greater than, I want greater than 80, and I want that in green, and I don't change my formatting, and I say I want them less than 60, and I want it yellow. And it highlights the cells. And it means that if this was wrong, if I make them out of, oh, sorry, wrong side, if I change the percent mark, it automatically recolors it. As simple as that. So it uses the condition of the cell to decide on the color. And you can go and change it to any specific color you like. You can make it whatever colors you like. If you go to conditional formatting, you can go to manage rules. It will only use the current selection because I highlighted it, but if I choose this section, I can see which ones, and I can edit it, and I can change it to any format I like. So I can make it purple font with a blue background, and it will change it automatically. Is everybody with us, Mr. V? Any questions?
No questions yet. I did do a little check-in to check that everyone was there and they're all good, following along.
Okay, so have I really made people scared at the moment, or you brave enough to try something different? So this is my grade 12's marks, and what it was hiding over here is, and I know lots of schools don't do comments anymore, but I basically use formulas that I can put in a code, okay, and that code comes from a list. So here are my opening comments. So I've got a code and a sentence, and it will look up what that sentence is based on the code. So if we go to the opening comment, it is it's quite a scary formula, but nothing more than what the matrics who do CAT have to learn. It's called a VLOOKUP, which is a vertical lookup. And if I double click on this, sorry, it tells you that it's looking at this cell. It's looking at T9. It's going to this spreadsheet. That's all that it means. And this over here is the range, the table array. In other words, where it must look up. And it must look up, it must match the number. It'll always match the first number. And it must give the second column. That's all it means. So if we, I'm just going to put, so the reason why 99 is if we go here, 99 has no comment here, it's just blank. So we're going to pick 70. So we're going to make this child have a 70 opening column. and you're going to, it automatically puts the code in, okay? Because the formula is there, it's just because there is no number. Remember, control tilde shows me there's the formula, okay? VLOOKUP, and at the end of all the comments, I join them all together by joining the cells together, which gives them a comment. Now, as I teach my cat girls, so I'm going to delete the formula out of there. Even if you just remember the fact that it's lookup, so you say equals V for vertical. In other words, my codes, if I go here, my codes are vertical. That's all it means. And I need to know the code is in column 1, which is what it has to be to work. And the actual comment is in column 2. So that's what I need to know. If I go equals, okay, if I just remember VLOOKUP, okay, it tells me what I have to do as soon as I put the bracket. So it asks me, what do you want to look up? What is the lookup value? So I click on it. Then there's a comma. Please note, if your regional setting is not South Africa, where the decimal has been changed to a full stop instead of a comma, it will use a semicolon here. But it should be set up this way. So comma, table array. It means where must I go look? So I must go look in opening comments, highlight the whole table so you can see the dotted line, hopefully. Then it's got a comma, and then it says column index number. In other words, which column must I give back? Remember, the comment is in column 2, so I just push it 2. I always just press enter. If it's square brackets, it means you do not have to give that. What that lookup range means is that if it was not unique, you have to change it, but that has hardly ever happened. So press enter, it will fill in the comments, the rest of the false and the round bracket, and it will pop you back to the cell. And there I have my formula, which if I go and wrap the text and double click, not double click, just make it a bit bigger. There is my formula, which as I change the number, it will change the sentence that you can see. So that's how I make comments, but it can be used for anything, for t-shirt size, for looking up houses. If you've got a list and you want to look up based on something, their information, we do that. These little arrows at the top are filters. So I'm gonna just highlight all the rows, and I'm going to go take them off by going to data and switching off the filter. By having a filter, so in other words, highlighting a row, if I filter it, it means that I can select something. So I can not only sort smallest to largest, and it will sort everything else on the other side, largest to smallest, but I can choose certain things. So I can choose only those with 70s or 80s by ticking them off, and it gets rid of, it filters out the rest of the information. Why is this useful? Because it is useful, and if I just, I'll get it while Mr. V tells you. Mr. V, won't you tell them what you've used your, I know you do the grade, you've done grade English for all your sign-up marks, your
Yes,
final mark.
so
I just want to open the subject choice form so that I can show them why we use filters. I just need to get it.
So we use, obviously, you're talking about our send up marks in terms of our overall comments. Is that what you're talking about? So essentially what we do is we all use, so we've all got individual comments, but they're ranked in accordance with, so obviously if you're done by a certain teacher, there's a personal style to it. But if we're looking at send up marks in terms of did they pass the year, did they not? So especially for our GET grades and that, we use general comments that would be attached to their personalized comments. So it will be in the, like what Lyneth showed you with the sort of triangle, or not the triangle, the mouth, the what is that thing called? Greater than sign, less than, greater than sign, with name
crocodiles.
in the. Yes, the crocodiles. There we go. I'm like doing the hand thing, but it wasn't working. The greater than, less than signs, and we've got that name, so it automatically populates the name, and then they would have the generic comment that would then come with their personalized comments, and we would read that in terms of the send up. And we've got various comments in terms of, especially when it comes to overall marks, struggling with what they need to look at, especially when it comes to exams and work term and stuff as well. So yeah, that's we use that quite a lot.
I know we've done it with and that's why the filtering thing is very useful, because it allows you to rank and sort any column by any place that you need, no matter what you are, what's connected, and it will sort formulas in, it will sort the answers to formulas as well as text. So in other words, smaller than and greater than. So I just want to show you. So I just want to take the freeze off. Okay, so this is how we do our subject choice. Now remember that we do subject choice in forms. So the girls fill in their choice, and then we run a spreadsheet like this. So why is filtering? Can you see mine is on row 7? It means that I can go and choose all the girls that are doing cat by just selecting them, and now I automatically have a list. Okay, all this is just conditional formatting. If I go to manage rules, so if it ends with a 1, it becomes key 1, which is blue. If it ends with a 2, it becomes yellow, which is key 2. And if it ends with a 3, it becomes red, and it highlights them. So if this child wasn't doing consumers anymore, and I give her, so she has a problem because she can't do cats and consumers. So she doesn't, and this is why I do it, so that she needs a blue subject. So she actually needs history or anything, and as I fill it in, it will highlight it. And this at the top counts how many based on a code. That's why we do formulas and conditional formatting. So this is like our blueprint for our subject choice. This is next year's subject choice that I've been working on. So actually it will highlight, and if you looked here, let's just go backwards. I have conditional formatting over here that tells me that this child has a problem because they've got 2 blues and 1 yellow. Okay, I mean 2 yellows and no blues. There's their problem. And let me just undo this. Okay, so I can look for the children we don't have subject choice for, because these are all conditional formatting. If I look, that's purple and light purple. It will conditionally format based on the value of the cell. This counts if I know there's subject choice to double check that I have got the formulas and subjects in. So this is why Excel is really cool, just with the few formulas and conditional formatting that you can use. And all a count if is if I go here, it says count if. In other words, it counts a range based on a criteria. So it's counting how many times 10 life science 1 shows up in this column. And then it puts the answer there. Whereas this one counts how many times life science 2, and this one counts how many lifetime 3. And ultimately, if we went to a different grade and we do it for all our grades, we can see what each person has got. And we can see their subjects, and we can make subject lists without our school administration system. I can just say I want all the business studies children of grade 10 for next year, and there are 20, which is what this formula does. It just counts how many at the bottom. And this came from the original form on the left. So are we good? Any questions? Have I just made you run far away?
No, so someone has asked if you would be willing to share a list of your comments to adapt for their own school.
So if that person, the easiest way is to find me on LinkedIn. So yes, I have taught the comments to lots of people, and I have versions, lots of different versions of comments, and I'm happy to share. If you can find me on LinkedIn and send me a chat, a DM on LinkedIn, then I can share with anybody who wants to do it. Any other questions? The timetable one is just an example of how what we can do for using Excel. And I know our teachers really love the fact that we can filter to know who's supposed to be in their class. Any other questions, Mr. V?
No, that's it. Which
So
brings
now,
us to our next part.
Yeah. So for the next 25 minutes, we hope you'll join along and earn your Educator Explorer badge. There are a couple of steps. Mr. V is going to help me by posting links while I talk, and then he's going to talk you through the tests at the end. So just an overview of what we're going to do. So Microsoft have a platform. It's called Microsoft Learn, where you get a profile. It has wonderful training for teachers, especially geared to teachers. Then, as part of the AI, the Elevate Educator Explorer, you have to do the pathway, which has 2 modules, which we're going to do with you. And then you have to create a profile on the Microsoft Elevate platform, and you link the 2 profiles together, and you earn a badge. Please note there is a course which is for Microsoft Forms. There's a wonderful teacher one, which is part of another pathway. And then you can explore the Explorer General pathway. Right now, that is what you need. And ultimately, if you do that, when the windows open, it's supposed to be November or July next year. If you apply to become a Microsoft Elevate expert, educator expert, like Kyle and myself, you actually can get vouchers to do the MOS exams on, there's no Forms 1, but certainly on Excel or on Word or PowerPoint. So if you did do the Word and PowerPoint training the other day, this is the same process that we're going to do. So if you hadn't finished, you can carry on. And we really would like to know if you have a chance and you follow along and you do earn your badge. So the first place we're going is Microsoft Learn. So Microsoft Learn, as I said, is the learning platform for Microsoft. It has courses. It is for more than just teachers. So it has lots and lots of training. This is the pathway, which just means that it has 2 modules, 2 individual badges connected together. Okay. you are going to go, it is very important that you sign in. So, sorry, I just want to copy that before I sign in. So when you sign in and you create your account, it is recommended by Microsoft that you do it on your own personal account email, because then it will stay with you no matter what school you're at. So what we're trying to achieve is the green XP at the top, which means it's like experience points, and that you've passed all module assessments, and you can see that it is green. Mr. did that thing where it keeps going back to old back. Sorry, I've done this for a very long time, so mine does weird things occasionally. So I'm going to do it in an incognito window because that will look like yours. So if I use the link, are we up with the link? Sorry, I've lost.
Yes, the links are there. So we've got the learnmicrosoft.com link. We have the Explorer AI Path 2 modules. So those links are all there.
Please click sign in and sign in first. It doesn't take very long. You literally put your first name, surname, and I think your school and an alternative email. Oh, because that's why. I'm on the wrong. I hope I gave you the right one to post. Let me just find my chat.
I've got the Explorer AI 2 path modules. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, no, I was on the expert. That's why it had more pathways. Should only have 2 badges. That's why I was a bit confused, because it only had 6. Okay, so that I'm just going to post this in private window because it'll look more like yours, because otherwise I've done it. So please sign in, otherwise you're not remembering to do it. You would go in to find the start button. You click on start. It will just start the first module. Okay, I'm just going to push control so that I can go to the module. Or you can click on start here. What will happen is it opens the information about the module at the top here. And this is because if you went back and you did it again, this is the only way to change the page. I can click here and I can choose page 2. It does tell you on the side how many minutes each page. It's kind of reading time. I click on 2. We have talked briefly about AI and using AI, but AI really looks for patterns in data, and then what generative AI is that it will then, based on the patterns it finds, it will, what people call, create something new. It replicates the pattern into something that is new based on your request. So the other way to the next page is to say next. And obviously, if we are exploring as teachers, we should be exploring AI as part of using it in our teaching, even just to help us do repetitive tasks. So I think I'm on the right one. So there's not very many videos in here. Most of the videos are only 1 to 2 minutes long. They are not bad, and I am going to push play, and hopefully that you have sound. Just give me.
We've got no sound.
Let me just, because, sorry. Let me just find my toolbar. from sharing, unsharing. Let's try that again.
There we go.
If you had 3 minutes before a message goes out to families, what is the one check you would not skip? When AI shows up at school, it usually shows up in ordinary places. Draft messages, meeting notes, quick plans. The risk isn't that the output exists. The risk is that it quietly replaces the human work that should stay human. 3 integrity norms help keep responsibility visible: verification, privacy, and transparency. Here's what each looks like when time is tight. First, verification. You don't need to verify everything. You need to verify what matters most. Highlight the highest impact claim, sample the original source, and if you can't confirm it fast, remove it. Second, privacy. Before anything goes into a tool, remove identifying details: student names, family information, health details, anything that could harm trust if exposed. And if it's high sensitivity, it may not belong in an AI tool at all. Third, transparency. Don't just label something AI generated. Explain what the system did and what you decided. One sentence is enough. The system drafted a starting version, and I reviewed it for accuracy and fit. These norms are not a perfect policy document. They're small, repeatable actions. Use this coaching question with a colleague. What did you verify? What did you protect? And what did you decide? This week, choose one norm to practice: verification, privacy, or transparency, and try it in the scenario check and workbook prompt.
So all the videos, they're very nice. You can see they're very recent. So you would watch the videos, you can read. Please, we do suggest that you come back. These are very interesting about AI. If you've not played around with it, they've got some amazing ideas. You keep clicking next at the bottom. So this is more about verification, transparency, and privacy. And you keep going. And at the end of each module is an assessment. Okay, these assessments, these 2 that we're going to do, this one's got 3 and the other one's got 4. Mr. V, can you?
Right. Okay, so working our way through the assessment, a colleague claims the AI decided this is the best strategy, so we should use it. What is the best response? Okay, so we've got great, the AI already checked it, so we can just move on. Let's treat that as a suggestion. What evidence supports it, and what do we need to verify before we decide? AI is basically thinking now, so it's probably right. And we should never use anything from AI in a school. So I'm going to go with option number 2, Ms. Crichton.
Okay.
Right. A teacher uses AI system to summarize students' reflections after a sensitive classroom discussion. The output is organized and confident, but you're unsure whether it accurately reflects the student's intent. Which response best reflects responsible educator judgment? So we can either accept the summary because it is well written and saves time. We can ask the AI system to double check itself and accept the new summary. We could compare the summary to a small sample of original reflections and remove identifying information from using it. We could stop using AI entirely because it can't be trusted. Okay, so I'm going to phone a friend. What do we think? Option A, B, C, or D?
I think it's compare the summary. And Mr. V, remember we were talking the other day about elbow buddies? Really,
yes.
Find an elbow buddy. That's the person you share coffee with at break. Do some of these courses, do them in a staff meeting, do them in a department meeting, do them with a friend, discuss it, divide up who's going to watch what, and do it together. Yeah. Some of them do shuffle the questions. In the 2 we're doing today, they don't shuffle the questions and the answers. We know that from the countless numbers of times Mr. V and I have done this. So last one, Mr. V.
Last one, an administrator receives an AI drafted message explaining a new school expectation. The message is clear, but it includes a claim about research showing improved outcomes without naming a source. What is the next step? Send it because families prefer shorter messages. Keep the claim, but add AI generated at the bottom. Remove the research claim unless it can be verified. Revise the message and reflect local context. Or the last one, add more research claims to strengthen the message. So for me, the logical approach would be remove the research claim unless it can be verified, and then revise the message to reflect the local context, because obviously our contexts and our schools are all specific, so it should be individualized.
So then we click
Right,
on
let's see how we
submit.
did.
Oh,
And
you
look
got
at
them.
that.
You got all right. Now it's very important. So first of all, if you don't get, you do need to get them over 70%, 80%. So you, because there's only 3.
And
you
some
do
of
need
them
to
you've
get
got to get 100%. I can't remember which ones those are, but it does
No,
tell
well,
you that you.
Yeah, if there's fewer, you have to get 100 because only 2 right will give you 66%. So
Yeah.
you need to get them all right. It's then very important to click on next at the end of to go to the unit summary and then complete the module. It's going to pop up this beautiful thing that you've earned an achievement. Mine keeps telling me to sign in. But if we pop back to my version, it would then become this would get a green XP. And if I click on overview, I've got little ticks next to all of the pages. And it would, so I know I've done it. If then you would carry on. And the one thing I can tell you is a bit frustrating. You have to go back to this Elevate, Educate, Explore AI. I don't follow, I call it the yellow brick road because it does end up in Oz that sometimes this build a next reflective practice, which is the one we need to do, but in not all pathways does that work. So I can click on this. I'm using control when I click just so it opens in another tab. So once again, no green. We need to be logged in. We need to find the start button. We need to click next when the outcome changes over time. We're just going to watch this little video.
A teacher, a coach, and a principal walk into a school copy room. It's not the setup to a joke. Let's learn how others can help us see both the value and the risk of AI at the same time.
This AI tool will save me hours by drafting feedback comments to use with my students.
Hold on there. It might save you time, but will students still learn from the AI feedback, or will they only skim it?
Interesting. It could improve consistency. But what data is being shared with it about the students? And who is accountable for data security?
In schools, value and risk are often both true. The goal is to name them clearly, then choose safeguards that keep responsibility visible. When you can say, here is the value we want, here is the risk we must manage, and here is the safeguard we will use, you build decisions that people can trust.
So as you can see, that's only 1 minute. We go next. There is a second little video if you'd like to go back at some point and watch about a coach and the administrator and the teacher. There's some more suggestions of how to change and use things like forms in collecting data and how to protect that data. Share your reflections, remember, with your elbow buddy. Share with elbow buddy. Share your learning. Share with a colleague. Then there is a quick 4-question, and the bottom ones only have 2 questions. Mr. V, you're up.
Right, so which is the most effective response in this scenario? A teacher used AI to draft feedback comments. Students improved on one assignment, but later relied on surface edits and stopped explaining their reasoning. Stop using AI immediately, since students are getting worse at revising. Document what happened, then add a student reflection step that requires students to explain what changed and why before the revision counts. Ask the AI system to rewrite the feedback in a stricter, more demanding tone. We should never use AI for anything in school. So for me, the most logical approach would be document what happened, then add a student's reflection step that requires students to explain, and go from there. Okay, question number 2. A school administrator uses AI to draft a weekly family communication summarizing upcoming events and school updates. One family replied that the list date was wrong. The administrator corrected it immediately, but wants to improve the process. What should the what I verified or protected entry say? I reviewed the message before sending and it looks fine. I verified all dates against the school calendar, confirmed event names, and confirmed no student identifiers were included. Checked the one factual claim in the message before sending. So I think that's probably the best option. Right, and then the last 2 questions. A school administrator used AI to draft a weekly family communication summarizing upcoming events and school updates. One family replied that a listed date was wrong. The administrator corrected it immediately, but wants to improve the process. What should the outcome I noticed entry say? Families generally responded positively to the clear format. However, one incorrect date was caught by the family after sending, and the 2 other families mentioned that they had to double check event times on the school's website. The other option is there was one mistake in the message, otherwise it was fine. So I think the more detailed response is the one that will give us the best results. Last question. A school administrator used AI to draft a weekly family communication summarizing upcoming events and school updates. One family replied that the list date was wrong. The administrator corrected it immediately, but wants to improve the process. What should the one adjustment I will test entry say? So in this case, obviously we said foolproof is necessary going through the most logical option. And in this case, the most logical option would be add a 2-step verification checklist, confirm every date and time against the school calendar, have one other staff member read the draft before sending, test for 4 weeks and check where the factual errors decrease.
So let's see, submit your answers. Oh, well done, Mr. V. All 4 correct. I think in this case,
Yippee!
You would be fine. If you do get something wrong, it's simple. You just get the option to retake. You say next. Don't forget to go to the summary, say complete the module so that you get a certificate. It will log in. And then if we switch back to mine, you then should, if you loaded your pathway again, which is the 2 modules combined, you should have a green at the top for your XP experience points. If I go to the second one, it will also all be ticked. It will be green, and what you're looking for is all modules passed. And if you click, yours will just be initials. If you go to profile, and this is important because you need it for a minute in the next step. So you go to your initials in the corner if you haven't got an image because you just got in or you don't choose not to put an image, you click on it, go to profile, then that is the link that we need. But if you go to achievements and I go to learning paths, you will find there is the Explorer AI badge. You would have something like this with the dark green. So you leave that window open, and I'm going to do it in another window if I can get it right. You then go to the Elevate for Educators pathway. So, and you choose to sign in. You will obviously create an account. Well, you will create an account hopefully my new one counts. Okay, so you fill it in. It will ask you to fill in your first name, your surname. Now, please, I'm going to use one of our teachers. His name is Timothy. So if you used Timothy or your full name in the Learn platform, which is what you should do, the Americans call it your legal name, then in this platform, you must also use Timothy. If you use Tim in Learn, then you should use Tim here. It's not ever going to check whether it's legally your name. Just make sure they're the same. Otherwise, you have to go back and fix it. Okay, once you've signed in to Elevate Educators, where you put in your first name, your surname, alternative email address, your school, you will then get to the point where it says create a Learn account, and it asks you, in other words, this is the part that links the two. So I say, yes, I have a Learn account. I say next. And then it says post your profile. So just so you know, if we go back to my window, it's got your name in it. So it's learn.microsoft.com, ENUS for English US users, and then it will always have your name and a number. That's what you copy from this bar, this URL, which is the address bar. You don't need the achievements part, and you paste here. I'm not going to say next because I need it for tomorrow, but if I then press next, it's going to verify. If you've done that pathway, it's going to issue you this badge, which you can log into credly.com, and you will get a badge that you can put on your signature if you so desire. But it just join the community of innovative educators, and ultimately you can become innovative educator. You can apply when the next window opens. So Mr. V,
So that'll be next year.
Well, they say it's opening again in November, but I don't know what date. Okay. They're now going to do it twice a year, but we don't know when in the date, and it could be very close to the year end, which doesn't suit some of us. But anyway, we hope you enjoyed yourself. It is 4:31. We do Colin,
I've just posted the fill out form, the register for today, and I've actually posted it a couple of times, but here is the last one.
Yeah. So we would love to know if you've done your badge, if you get it. So please connect with us on LinkedIn. We're not running away, so you can still ask us questions. Please try make a form.
And if in the chat, if you manage to do your badge with us along the way, if you could just send us a little star emoji, just so that we can work out who was able to follow along and do their badge. And then if you could also just send us then maybe a heart emoji to tell us that you plan to do it, that you'd like to link and do it a little later, just so that we know who was able to follow along and complete their badges at the same time.
And we thank you for joining us. We are available to answer questions. So if you want to pop them in the chat, you're welcome to still do so. Even if you're trying to finish your badge, we hope you found it useful. I hope you get lots of use out of the forms and the couple of formulas that I showed you in Excel. Those people who can join us tomorrow for Outlook and Teams. No, don't see any questions, Mr. V. I think everybody's run away.
Nope,
but
nothing yet.
We hope you have a lovely evening. And then sometime this week, use a form, use a formula, finish your badge if you didn't manage today, or connect to Elevate, get a friend to do it. Join you, use the links and connect with us on LinkedIn. Our LinkedIn names are there. I think if you just search for us by name, you should find both of us. So thank you very much. If you need to run off home, we understand. Thank you for joining us, and we're here for the next few minutes if you have any questions. Mr. V, I'm going to give them 1 more minute and then I'll going to close. I don't see any questions.
We've got about 23 people left in the room.
Okay,
Cool.
Mr. V, I'll see you on the other side. Bye.
Cheers. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
The person that's struggling to register, it should connect to a form. The form doesn't close, so you should be able to still be able to find it. It doesn't close. Otherwise, I think somebody will try and contact you.